And firing back up. Firing it flat. And firing it back up on time for a change. We are back with Minecraft 1.19.2, Crossroads, and Tinker's Construct. Before we do anything else, I am pleased to report that I remembered we have our light level overlay. So now I can go and figure out where I need more torches. Probably not figure out where I need less. This will be most useful while mining. So, I need to get into some rotary power. But, before that, I need to accept that I've done the heat loop wrong. The heat loop is incorrect. I still can't put it infinite just yet, but I went back to an old single-player world to examine my previous setups. And what surprised me the most is something I could have inferred from the numbers, but, didn't, is that I don't need 2 of these crucibles. 2 of these crucibles is draining twice as much heat all the time, and drains 4 times as much heat if the heat goes above the threshold where they start draining extra. So what I'm going to do is begin by bleeding all the lava out of the system. That is the opposite of what I want that to do. You can see the little arrow on here is which direction the liquid is flowing, and I want it to flow into the tank. And not into the cooling chamber. Now we do the same thing on the other side. Which is slightly trickier. But if we just screw up the piping, then it's suddenly quite easy. And our heat begins to crash. Which is what I wanted. This time, we are currently open and vulnerable to outside. Not much I can do about that. So the essence of fixing the heat loop is keeping 2 cooling chambers but going down to 1 crucible. Because the 1 crucible goes up to double speed and automatically uses double the heat, only if it needs to, if the temperature goes above 1500. As it's currently set up, I'm using single crucibles running mostly at 1x speed and using twice as much heat anyway. And the 1 crucible is still fine if the temperature starts to run away. because eventually it gets to triple speed at 2500 C. But the fluid cooling chambers can't function at a heat level that high. So there's a cap to how hot this system can go. And again, I'm having trouble visualizing what this should end up looking like. So let's just start by ripping it all down. And I'll figure out what to do about it momentarily. There could also be a lot of power in getting some redstone regulation on this smelter, and I don't know if I can yet. It's the dream. There's an Enderman out there. Hey, you. Oh, he's gone. He's hiding behind the tree now. Would you like to come this way? Try to stare into your face from a quarter mile away. No, I think he's hiding. Shame. A free pearl would have been nice. I don't think that's where I want that. Okay, let's start with this heat connection. And then we'll need our friends, the hoppers. Connected together. Double cooling chamber on top. I don't like those footstep sounds. Nobody is allowed to drop in and blow my stuff up. Where are you? Show yourself. I knew it'd be one of you. Alright, that little distraction aside. Now I have to get heat pipes onto the tops of these for the heat loop. And then fluid tubes. I really want to get a tank in here. I have the tank already. I have it in my head that I want to do this as compact as possible, but the more compact it is, the more complicated it is. And I'm already really straining my own brain. So we need a fluid tube, at minimum. We'll have a tank right there. And we'll fluid tube right across here. Using the wrench, make sure this isn't a connection. So now we'll have the lava flowing out of the crucible into the tank, getting pulled out of the tank and shoved down the tankway, and pushed into both cooling chambers. What I don't like about this is that it's going to fill this chamber first and then this one. So there's still some risk of collapse. It'd be optimal if I could get it to fill both at the same time, but these types of tubes don't do that. Can I get to fluid pretty pipes yet? Maybe. Because then I could get an extraction module, and I think there's a round robin module. It just costs a bunch of quartz. I don't think I have that much. And I really don't want to go back to the Nether for more. Maybe that's an upgrade we can do later. So the important thing is that we fill the heat loop. And my tank just immediately emptied. Heat is rising and rising to far above what we could manage before. And now it's stable at over 2,000. So this crucible is now working happily at double speed. And the question is this number going up or down? And it seems to be trending down. I mean the number of obsidian. So we've got both cooling chambers full of lava, the pipe completely full of lava, and the tank's lava value is inconsistent. I'm going to want this tank to be practically full. That's the goal. And our obsidian value is going down, which means I can use just obsidian to increase the amount of lava in the system without having to use tanks. The whole reason I have this tank is so I can use a circuit, a couple of circuits really, to regulate our friend the smelter here. Unfortunately, the circuitry is a little weird, and it doesn't work very well if it's on multiple vertical levels. So I might have to come back and rebuild this again. But for now, I have a heat loop. A more stable heat loop, though still not a perfect one. If I flick this lever to connect the smelter's temperature immediately soars. The heat loop, well, it doesn't like it. The obsidian value starts going up, which is an indicator of loss of heat. But the fluid coolers are capped out. They literally cannot go any faster. This number might be stable, it might be going up very, very slowly. It's hard to tell. Maybe I could add a third cooling chamber. Just to produce obsidian faster. And keep the heat stable. I think this is stable though. Maybe. And our smelter is stable at 2137, and it is consuming heat to run itself, even though there's nothing in there. So maybe I should just give it a task. It's a pretty good smelting speed. A lot better than a furnace. And our obsidian is up to 10 and 11. So this isn't stable. We are losing heat in the system very slowly. Okay. Well, as long as I use this in short bursts and let the obsidian melt and recover between uses, it'll be fine. I just have to monitor it. My chief issue here... Oh, I have another cooling chamber that I could use. It still doesn't help. We still have the same problem. Anyway, nether quartz, redstone dust, wind turbine. I'll also need room. And this is not a good space for space. I'm kind of built into every wall. Where could I even put the output from a rotary system right now? Nope. Yep, and there's outside. Already we have difficulty. This was such a nice place to live before I moved in, and then it became very cramped. So what I need is something to use a rotary system. That's going to start by being the millstone. 2 pistons, an iron axle, and a bunch of cobble. Piston. There's also another piston recipe here using less cobble and more wood. I don't know why I'd want to do that under any circumstances, but it's an option. This was also supposed to be more drawer storage space. What about this column right here? I don't need this stone here. There's our millstone. Terrible spot for it, but we work with what we have. Next up, copper. Lots of. Just take all the copper you can take. Copper will get us into copper gears and copper axles because copper is a cheaper material than iron right now. We have a copper surplus. Iron is kind of limited. Copper is also lightweight. It doesn't have the lowest I values. I being inertial values, which is how much effort it takes to get them up to speed and how much weight they have when you're trying to slow them down. So we have an I of 140 on a copper gear, 114 on tin, because tin is lighter. Tin is also very expensive. Iron 125. So copper is heavier than iron. I didn't expect that. Bronze 137. Copshoium, forget about that. Yes, it has an inertial period of 0, which is just amazing. It allows for a system that can turn back and forth on a dime. Problem is, that's a very late game material. And that's it. That's all we have. Gold, tin, copper, iron, and bronze. Bronze being very, very slightly lighter than copper. Tin being the best available, but tin is kind of uncommon and I shouldn't waste it. Iron, nicer than copper, which I did not expect. And there are also large gears, which you can make 9 at a time if you have enough blocks. Or you can just use ingots and nuggets to make a single one. Base gears are made of an ingot and nuggets, but you multiply all those by 9 and you get 9 of them. Convenient, but still pricey. There's all our copper, melted efficiently for a change. We need copper axles first. No Stirling engine. Thanks, but no thanks. Solar heater only gets to 325. We have much higher needs, higher heat needs than that. Steam boiler. It's a thing. Tesla coil for sparks if you can get to electricity. Salt reactor mixes salt and distilled water into zero for cooling. Okay, I guess. Here we go. Copper axles. We'll just make a bunch. A few gears. There's a pig. Maybe we can kick him into the smeltery. Well, he'd have to actually leave the nether portal first. I'm also going to need... I don't know how many, but I'm going to start with 2 big gears. Big gears work exactly the way you would expect. They take rotational energy, spin it around a very wide radius, and then you connect them to a small gear, and you get a speed increase at the cost of requiring more power, more torque to actually run the system. The reverse is also true. You can drive a small gear into a big gear to get a power increase but a speed decrease. Our millstone here works off of speed and drains an amount of power. I'm not really sure how much. Another thing we will need are circuit plates and the circuit wrench, which I need a red dye for. Have I made that yet? No. Hello, creeper, in the doorway. Huh. This will also consume my wrench, so I'll need a backup wrench. So spare wrench, circuit wrench. Yes, it looks exactly like the Terraria wrench. We will need smooth stone to make circuit plates. Looks like I have another use for the heat loop. Creeper, will you just leave? It specifically has to be smooth stone, which is specifically smelted stone, which is specifically smelted cobble, which I guess I could mill from some of my furnaces, apparently, if I wanted to recycle furnaces, but I don't think I still have those furnaces. creeper. Seriously. Oh, there's two of them. That's why it seems like they're not going away. How did you get down there? Bye. And they don't know how to ladder. The lava tank is now consistently empty. Not a good sign. I will cook these with whatever leftover heat we have access to and let the system recover. That didn't take long. I'm going to need more than these. Circuit plates are provided by Essentials. It is no accident that Essentials is a required mod for Crossroads. The two work very well together. This might be enough. Millstone. Millstone's just in a bad location. So what I'm going to need is some empty wall space that has a view of the sky. Because per the book, as we read it yesterday, and per the wind turbine itself, it needs a view of the sky and an empty space. So if there's anything above or anything in front, it doesn't run. I'll also need a lot of room for a regulator circuit. So really the move here is going to be to build a housing. And then I guess figure out where it needs to go shortly. I guess I can carry the power over here, over the top of where I want the storage to be. Then pop it out over here. That might work. So here's how that goes. We place copper axles, and then a gear on top of that axle very carefully. Just some random axle wherever, we'll remove that in a second. I need a second axle to come this way, and a gear on the end of that axle. Where did that cobblestone just go? Oh, it's on top of the gear. And that is how we rotate the power flow horizontally. Do the same thing right here with that gear. And this gear. We've already spent a whole bunch of copper, and we are currently no closer to getting anything accomplished. Now, there's still a couple more pieces I have to make. Give me that. We don't let blocks just idle floating around here. I need a clutch, filled me with tin, makes them expensive, and a toggle gear, and one of those has to be inverted. Aside from the clutch requiring 2 tin and a double axle, requiring 1 tin and a double axle, these aren't very expensive. The major issue here is that I don't know which one to invert, and I'm not sure if it matters yet. Oh, I also need a master axis. Nothing will spin without at least one of these. And the way things are currently arranged, I don't have anywhere to put it. Unless I stick it there with just some random do-nothing gear. So that helps the system run. And I can make a hand crank out of cobble and sticks. And what this does is allow me to manually input rotation into the system. Theoretically on any old gear. So I can just right-click and manually spin the whole thing. It's not much in the way of power, so it's chiefly used as a diagnostic tool. Speaking of diagnostics, I'm now reminded that I haven't done a darn thing with these large gears, which is going to make this entire system kinda stupid. So this isn't going this way. Not yet. First, it needs to go up. Let me just never mind this whole section. And now I'm stuck. Now I need to move this whole system up. Good news is I have a lot of room to do that, and nothing that I could damage on the way. Bad news is, it's dark and creepers exist. So hopefully none of them drop in to cause problems. I need more small gears, at least 3. Probably closer to 5. You know what? Just bring on the day. Just make it day. I promise this project will start making sense eventually. I'm just not quite sure when myself. I'm gonna throw one more, and then realize that I'm a complete moron. Because all of the gears I just made are large. And I need them to not be. There's also no use interaction on large copper gears, so I can't melt them down or recycle them into small gears in any way. I just used the wrong recipe, made a ton of big gears. It's okay though. Big gears are hardly wasted. We will find more use for them. I don't know where that skeleton just fell from. Okay. More materials, theoretically more progress, or more me being dumb. One of the two. So take a small gear, put it there. This small gear now has to connect to a large gear to increase the power ratio. Which, despite looking like it should, doesn't work on a direct 90-degree angle. This works, though. Now that I have the power of big gear going to small, I also want to do this again. So put a small gear up there with another axle on it. Actually, it'd kind of be better if I put the small gear on top of the axle. And then put the big gear here. I can remove that block. I can't remove this block, though, because technically the gear is sitting on it. So now I have whatever rotary power goes into this gear is now going to be twice doubled. Unfortunately, that means that my hand crank now has a lot of trouble trying to crank these up. So it's a little difficult to showcase what's going on due to all the cranky power involved. Next step. Conveniently, we are now just pointing at the sky and have plenty of untapped space up here. So I think it's time to stop fiddling around with gear ratios and get to the actual power involved. Now, should have expected that. What is that little spit of rock over there? No matter. Not important. Not what we're about right now. So I have my wind turbine. There it is. Wind turbine connected directly to a power system. Well, it does its job. But it does its job poorly. Because, as described, the wind strength is random, and the wind direction randomly reverses. So it'll crank very slowly in this direction, and then, whenever it feels like it, it'll suddenly want to push in the other direction, which will then have to rotate all these heavy gears down to a stop before it starts again. Which is why we are not finished. And also why I made all these circuit plates. I think these will be enough. So here's how these work. I have this wonderful wrench, and the entire thing it does is it turns these circuit plates into advanced mathematical circuits in a single block space. Infinitely better than entire basic redstone contraptions using repeaters and comparators and everything else. For instance, right here we have a reader circuit. This is a comparator. What it costs to build is the 1.5 redstone, 1.5 smooth stone of a single circuit plate, and 1 quartz from inventory. We are now reading wind speed and direction. And that is the circuit, or that's the redstone power going into this system. For my next trick, a wire splice plate, which counts as a repeater and is how you get an output signal going. A constant circuit. This is just how you put a number in there for calculations. Instead of having to finagle a redstone torch and specific distance from a redstone torch to get the power value, you just input a number. And now I need greater than or less than. It doesn't really matter which. I can arrange whichever. Also, let's not ignore that this is spinning backwards currently. I never can get the wind turbine to turn in the way that makes sense. Like visually. So let's go hide away for a second, now that I've blocked off the path. And consult our book on the wind turbine. Produces anywhere from this to that. Wind turbine, fighting against. Stops producing power at speeds above 2 radians per second. The wool blades can be dyed. Circuit readers will read the current power output. Positive if the wind turbine is producing power in the positive direction. Negative if it's producing power negatively. So if a circuit reader reads below 0, the wind turbine is negative. So you can combine this with toggle gears and clutches to make sure your turbine is never fighting momentum. That's what this circuit thing is all about. So I have my clutch. I'm gonna need a toggle gear. So I just combine a gear with a lever. There's the clutch and toggle. And I will need a redstone torch on hand so I can invert one of these. I still don't know which one I'm going to need to invert. Oh, this is starting to really cruise, isn't it? But the speed is also going down. Yeah, because now it's producing power in the positive direction, which means it has to fight the system's momentum, slow it all down to 0, and then start rotating again backwards. Which I actually want it to do. I would like this to slow down to 0 before I get it going again. Because I hate it when my windmill visually spins backwards. But I don't know if we'll get there. And I have enough gears. So the way this is going to work is that I have to build a toggle clutch. This gear needs to spin because this is the gear that connects down there. This also needs to be a gear that spins. Which also connects it there. Which means no, everything's fine. I have to reorganize this. I have to reorganize this entire block space. So the toggle gear will go there. We'll do just the toggle gear for now. Then gear, and I guess I'm sticking an axle right here just so I can place the third gear. And the point is that the clutch goes in the middle there. Oh, we're spinning in the correct direction now. Excellent. So, toggle gear is correct with positive power. So copper clutch gets inverted. We stick it in the middle here. And this, I guess, should be a greater than, so it's a greater than 0 circuit. If back button put it greater than side. Boink. So when we have positive power, the positive value is greater than 0, so it inputs a signal of 1 here, activating the toggle gear, giving it teeth so it spins and allows the shaft to spin in reverse direction. When the wind turbine begins producing inverted power, it then has a value less than 0, removes this redstone signal, which switches the toggle gear and the clutch. So this shaft is will be rotating in the reverse direction, and the clutch will connect it directly to the drive shaft. And the gear will lose its teeth, so it won't matter that the gear is spinning backwards. I would kind of like to hang out here and wait for that to happen, just to illustrate the principle. But no telling when that could be. I also kind of want this axle back, which I think I can take this axle back individually. There we go. So now this gear here is our drive gear if the clutch is engaged, and this gear is the drive gear if the toggle gear is engaged. So I have successfully made a circuit that accounts for the fact that the wind direction can flip. Come on, wind, flip and prove me right. It doesn't want to. It's just going to hang out and just spin. Gonna do its spinny thing and mock my attempt at seeking validation. Nope, it just flipped. And now I can't get up there. It flipped and instantly broke. It's because my drive gear was in the wrong place. But we fixed it. I think. Maybe it switches back and breaks again. I don't know. In the meantime, I can keep spreading torches up here so things stop spawning up here on my little spike and dropping down to come bother me. Like that creeper who still hasn't left my front door. So I won't know if this is working until this goes positive, and you can only see the numbers while you're holding the wrench. Okay, so if this reverses, then won't that suddenly be turning the wrong way? And something will break again? Because the spin power coming out of the windmill will flip. Which will then be spinning this toggle gear in the wrong direction. And I'll have fixed nothing. This gear being right here should have fixed that. I don't know why it didn't. Maybe the clutch is placed backwards? Oh, great. Yeah, falls straight off. Okay, so clutch appears to face the same way, with this end being south, no matter which end I put it on. Should this gear also be a toggle gear? Would that change anything? I just need this stupid thing to flip positive already and show me how dumb I'm being. Also, why does everything look like it's slowing down, even though the negative number is increasing? It is slowing down, very, very rapidly. And now it's reversed entirely. And my windmill blades are spinning backwards again. What have I done? There's the slit. There's the flip. Uh, uh, I think I wasn't supposed to invert the clutch. And I cannot now uninvert the clutch. Well, now the entire system's at a halt. So that's not correct either. The clutch is now engaged with redstone. Or is it? Is it? And the system is stopped. So this gear's in the wrong block space. No! That is the worst place that gear could have gone. At least it can't be melted. Alright, inverted copper toggle, clutch. This is just what we already did, but backwards. So our blades are spinning correctly. Our speed is increasing. Rotational power is being added to the system. Now, if this reverses, then this toggle gear will be spinning the correct direction to add power here. And this gear won't function because the clutch will shut it off. This is just the same thing I already tried to do, but backwards. And I'm waiting on the winds to validate my life choices again. So whenever this goes negative, it should work. It's just gonna take its time doing that, apparently. Because the reversal is redstone dependent, there's no way I can check this. Yep. There it goes. And it's working. Wind turbine is spinning backwards, which I hate, but I guess that's just what it does when the wind reverses. This drive gear is correct. This clutch is not functioning because these two shafts are rotating in opposite directions. This gear is correct. I must have placed this gear against this clutch and put it technically in this block space instead of here where it was supposed to be the whole time. So the last thing I need to check is to make sure my mill's speed is not being reduced. 854, 855. Okay, it is adding power to the system. We have successfully performed rotary power. So now I have a millstone grinder that can crush things into other things. For ore doubling again. We'll just take our raw gold here, stick it in the grinder. And this does cause the power to reduce because it costs torque to run this machine. But once it stops running, we start getting power back. Then the gold dust can go in the smelter here, run off the heat loop. And we're doing pretty good. Things seem to be going according to plan. Now I have access to the power of spin at silly high speeds. I would like to be able to do more with spin, but that gets tricky. One fun thing you can do with rotary power is make an infinite couple gem that you don't have to break by hand. Because Rotary Craft has a drill bit. There's also a golden drill bit that counts as player kills if you want to make a mob grinder, which I simply have better ways to do. But our mechanical drill bit, made of iron, of course, or gold-plated, but still made of iron. So it all comes back to iron again. I need to be able to get this above its heat max. If I could just squeeze a little bit more heat into the system, like a slightly higher cap, like 2300, 2350, then I wouldn't have this collapsing. Even 2500, because these heat cables can tolerate up to 3000. But yeah, I am now capable of doubling my ores without using this thing, which costs lava. We have tons of copper, and all kinds of copper gears to play with. More gold. More circuit plates. And I don't need this crank currently. Unfortunately, the amount of space demanded by, well, everything, means my storage needs to expand. And I may need some kind of chest or something specifically for Crossroads. Because this is going to become silly. Oh, we just heard this everything switch again. And power was reduced slightly. Why is power going down? Not allowed. I just fixed everything so power would not go down. Why is power going down? Everything here is correct. Power is going down because the wind is slow. Okay. That's at least acceptable. Also, having access to quartz now, I can make a drawer master. Two comparators and a junk drawer makes a controller. There's another pigman somewhere. Comparators, diamond, 5 more stone. Now I can double right click here and instantly deposit everything that I currently have in my inventory that can go into these drawers. Which means I can start expanding the drawers. And one of the things that needs to go in the drawers is this tree bark. One, two, three, four, five. There are 6 types of bark. I'm gonna have to do something with my arrows so I don't auto stack. Also, this system needs keys. Upgrade template is just any old drawer surrounded in sticks, which is the reason I made so many chests. And then it's a little gold. Now when it says locks and unlocks drawers, it doesn't mean locks so no one else can access them. It means locks so even if you remove the last item from that drawer, it will still retain that it's keyed to that item. So there's no arrow in this final drawer here, but it still remembers that arrows go here. So we just lock every drawer that has every slot filled. And what else can I store away? How about some of this wood situation? That's 4 types of log. I don't think jungle and dark deserve their own drawers, though. Spruce, maybe. I also pretty much only have these so I can break them down. I am really not making sense right now, and I am intensely aware of that. Look at all these oak saplings. I don't need that many. Nobody does. Weren't there jungle saplings a second ago? Where did they go? Oh, I already moved them. How do I destroy these useless saplings? Also, where's that creeper that keeps hanging around? Creeper must have given up. He's gone. How did you get in there? You're also the same one I hit because you have reduced health. How did you get here? From behind the mountain. Death. My whole storage here definitely needs work. A lot of work. I need to be storing more things, finding additional chests for these tools and stuff. There just isn't enough room to put things away, because there isn't enough away to be putting things. Get some jungle bark. Some dark bark. Okay, these few logs were prolific in that department. Still need spruce, and surprise, surprise, now that I trashed all my saplings, suddenly I need saplings. Now I have more bark knife. We can collect more lava. And I need more quartz, I think. I also need to regulate this, which means I'm going to need salt. That's primarily what it means. Well, there are two ways to get salt. With a boiler or with a centrifuge. The centrifuge has to click back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and is run on rotary power. And it will drain the crap out of my rotary energy. Because no matter how good of a clutch I put on a centrifuge, having to toggle back and forth constantly while also consuming rotary power for its primary operation will just bleed power straight out of the system. A steam boil, on the other hand, will only consume heat, which I have in a theoretically limitless amount. I just need water. And once again, iron. always with the iron, but we can consistently and quickly double it now. Tripling is also a theoretical possibility. It's not quite within reach just yet, but it's technically possible. So the iron, we make a cauldron and get attacked by nonsense. Give me water and get lost. I need to keep producing charcoal just so I can keep expanding my light-covered territory. So, getting a salt boiler. Well, I'm going to need not a steam turbine, but a rotary pump to collect water, to feed that water into the boiler. It's also rotary powered. Forget the glass and crystal pumps. Those are for something else. Rotary pump. That is bronze and axles and glass. So there's the pump to pull water out of the cauldron. And a steam boiler to turn the water into distilled and produce salt as a side effect. Maybe I can also use the steam in some way. Oh, that's another cauldron. There's just no escaping from the iron cost of all this nonsense. I get the fluid tubes. So we pump water out of the cauldron, tube it into a steam boiler, turns it into steam, produces salt as a side effect. I'm primarily in this for the salt. And what do we do with the steam? Well, I can use the steam to produce heat again and turn the steam back into distilled. Steam turbine produces rotary energy from the steam. Consumes 500 MB per tick, produces 100. Consumes unknown amount. Boils water. Consumes 500 per tick. To get to 500 per tick, I need to be above 500. And the radiator also consumes steam. So it's the ore cleanser consumes steam. But then it also produces dirty water. And the Stirling engine is heat to rotary. More efficient than steam for temperatures above 500. I have an infinite heat loop. Moves 1 degree per tick for every 20. At a difference of 2000 at room temperature. That'd be 100 per tick, which is a lot more than the heat loop produces. So I can't run a Stirling off of my lava loop without crashing it. Why do I have 2 glass again? Steam turbine is literally just a rotary pump. See, what I'm wondering here is if I need to hook up the rotary pump to a separate rotational system, or if I can use the steam produced by the boiler in the turbine to produce the rotary power needed to run the pump, and then just find some other way to produce heat to make my little salt factory. These are the kinds of things that Crossroads gets you thinking about. And then we produce heat just by using a firebox or something. Not smelter. Why don't I see the firebox in this list? Does it not answer to the heat keyword? Apparently not. The firebox is just a thing where you insert fuel and you get heat. That's all it is. It's a furnace with an extra layer of insulation and a copper top. I think I'm going to have to build this ridiculous machine outside. Just because I'm out of room inside. This will also allow me to just throw it together without having to think about where everything goes or where to fit stuff. Because finding room for everything Crossroads is just inconvenient by design. So, we have a cauldron full of water with a rotary pump on it. The rotary pump feeds water into the steam boiler. The steam boiler has a heat cable on the bottom and steam comes out the top. And then if we go back to our steam turbine, an axle or gear is connected to the top. It's not clear which side the steam is supposed to come in. I'm going to assume the bottom, just because the way it's built. So there's our steam turbine, which will turn steam into distilled water. The firebox for adding heat to the steam boiler can go right there. Although, technically I can do better. There is a better heat source I don't have to spend charcoal on. It's time to make a solar. Costs quite a bit of tin and some iron. but we happen to have a decent amount of tin and the capability of making far more. Speaking of which, grind that tin. The solar heater only requires sunlight, and while it only produces up to 325, that's enough to boil water with. So I'll just put this solar heater right here. And there's my heat solved for the boiler. Now I just need to get rotary power from the turbine to the pump. And this will require a master axis. Nothing rotates without a master axis. And now I don't need the firebox. I do need more gears and axles. Mostly gears. You get a gear. You get to be here for simplicity. I'll get an axle there. Gear and gear. Now the system just needs to be primed. If I just pre-fill the steam oil, I also have to fix the pipes. But if I pre-fill the steam boiler, then that should get everything started once daylight comes. The issue is the pipes aren't correct, and the distilled water has nowhere to go. There. Now the pipes are correct. Now it's just a matter of where the distilled water is going to go. I can collect it in a tank, where it can be useful for later steam projects. And now I just need daylight. And this whole thing might run itself. Maybe. The dawn is coming. Oh, that kicked on fast, didn't it? And it produces salt a lot faster than I expected it would. And the distilled water is definitely filled up too. And increasingly has nowhere to go. I can make a bucket of it. What does a distilled water bucket do? It's just fancy colored water. That doesn't... I can't pollute normal water with it. No, I can't. It just vanished. So I've got my infinite salt factory. That's what I wanted. That's what I got. Now we can make heat reservoirs and other things. That salt produces a lot faster than I thought it would. I got a firebox I don't even need. Alright, before I do this, heat reservoir. I'll just glue this, I don't know, right here. That creates problems for the system. Because it takes a lot more heat to get that reservoir up to temperature. And it's crashed. I wanted to use this to stabilize the heat. It did not want to do that. So now I have a bunch of obsidian and no heat in my heat loop. Time to collect a ton of lava. I want another jumbo tank. to Jumbo, and I plan to fill this tank with lava. Which almost certainly means going back to the Nether. We'll need a lot more quartz, too. Quartz can be purified for reasons unknown. And it has other functions which do, I don't know, mysterious things. You know what? All this salt. I have spare storage. I don't know how much lava I'll have to inject into the heat loop to completely fill up the heat reservoir. I might have to disable the crucible until it gets up to temperature. Ow. Yep, just stand in lava. Glad it was raining. Okay, random squid dying. Minecraft's marine life are not the brightest bulbs. If you thought squid beaching and drowning themselves were dumb, try making a dolphin aquarium. There's a lot more lava in this pool than I thought. Oh, there's another piece right there. Lava blocks. Lava blocks. Stealing all of your lava blocks. Nope, nope, that doesn't go there. That mini heart attack as you place a lava source right next to yourself. And that's it. We got it all. The lava pool I built my house on, because there was a lava pool, is now completely inside this tank. And now I'm going to have to deal with monsters hiding here from the sun. Having a food shortage again. I'm really not growing enough wheat to subsist on bread. Bread is terrible anyway. Now, potatoes I could work with. I just don't have a means to cook them right now because my heat system crashed. I need to get this composter going. But I'm out of iron for that, again. I mean, technically a gold hopper would be cheaper right now. Can I just make our barrels a thing in this version? They are if I can spell them right. bone meal barrel, hopper, composter. I have to insert into the composter from the top. Junk barrel. The fact that it's a high throughput hopper is no faster. Speed limited by the composter itself. Alright, let's get back to the nether. Bring some more cobble. I'm going to need to make a cobble generator. I have ways of doing that. I can just take some rotary power from this system, stick it in a drill. I'll need iron to make the drill. Where am I going? Time to go fight the ghasts again. And there are immediately several. I just opened the door. Come on. Come on. I just opened the door. And already there's one sniping at me. Okay, I've made it over here, but there seems to be a little bit less ghast activity. Can I turn this into making a run for it? Not with all this soul sand. Okay, more quartz. This will result in more circuits and other interesting things. But mostly I just wanted to get to this wall. So I can make my escape. There's just nothing here but netherrack. So where am I even trying to go? There's crimson forest all around this rock that I've dug myself into. And this way back here could be one of those blood islands. It's a strange shape and includes congealed ichor. That's definitely a blood island. There's another one here. Ichor crystal block. That doesn't help. I'm seeing ichor geodes all over. But I need to get myself to a nether fortress. Requiring blaze stuff still hasn't changed. There's just no indication which direction to go. Hello. Can I grab that lava up there? Mine. Oh, there's something I never expected to find at this well, it is altitude. It's way too high for some of this. I'll take it. Also, that pig has a battle sign. One of the so-called ancient tools. That is Cobalt, that little bit of blue down there. You too have something I want, but that'll involve you three. Do I really need to tick off all of the pigmen? Kinda do. Hey, bring me those signs. Everybody gather round. Especially you guys from over there and down below and over there. Come on, every last one of you form up. You've got battle signs, I want them. I don't think jumping for crits is working. Now the two questions are, will any of them drop the signs? And will I be stuck here forever as more pigmen come in to replace the ones I'm killing? Well, the good news is it looks like I can leave. The bad news is I can't reach this one. It is, of course, a baby. And this doesn't. Nope. There's too many. They're still coming. I have infinite pigmen problems. Just stop. And there's a normal one down there, and more pigmen. This was definitely a mistake. That's the problem with the Nether once you make the pigs mad. There are infinite pigs. And they do in fact spawn faster than you can kill them. So I'm just going to have to sneak away and hope they forgive me. Which is a thing that happens eventually. See, these ones don't know I did crimes. these piglins will continue to ignore me, because one of my armor components is gold mail. Whole reason I did it. Here, you want that? Nice. I don't know if I need Crying Obsidian, but it's a pretty good first trade. I will be needing mushrooms later. I also didn't get any battle signs. I picked a fight with those pigmen specifically to try and get battle signs, and they dropped none of them. I think something required shroom lights. Something in Tinker's. Also, netherwork blocks. Can I do anything with these? It's always good to check. No, they compost. That's it. I mean, that's not a complete waste, but it's mostly a waste. Lava for me. In the tank. I saw some cobalt over here. There it is. More Ichor crystal. But I'm now within reach of... Okay, those guys are having a happy little pig hunt. And somebody has a very upbeat backpack. Finally have my hands on some glowstone. to the distant sound of jazz. Alright, shroom lights, cobalt, glowstone, what's next? Angry piglet. How about you don't? Just get lost. And this nether terrain is some of the most inconvenient I've ever seen. There's just a curved crevice completely around me now. I could have installed hex lands and it would have been less insane. Oh, somewhere I can hide from the internet. Alright, who wants to give me some pearls? Right this way. Come on. Stop hiding in that hole and vibrating. Let's go already. I know there were more of them. I can even hear there's... Why are you up there? Get down here. Warped roots, useless. Warped fungus. Technically I can grow a giant mushroom with it. So they're almost saplings. Still looking for that all-important nether brick. Actually, now that I've managed to get this far, is there any sign of it? That looks kind of bastion-y over there. Other than that, no. That's another blood island down there. I'm not seeing any sign of nether fortresses. I was just over here, staring out over the nothing, so this doesn't help either. I'm going in big, inconvenient circles. Back to this cliff again. Where there is definitively nothing. You can run through the lava all you want, buddy. Oh, he's gonna go around it. Can I have that? Yes. Let the... What? Zeganite Shard. These craft machines. I suppose. So when I was adding the light level overlay that I finally remembered to add, I also added these craft machines, which is an interesting and fun mod that allows you to create vehicles. I thought I'd use that to facilitate some of the travel that I've been having trouble with. And I did threaten to install it day one. Now I should be very much stressed that I am lost and have no plan. I mean, technically there's only so lost I can be. Because I know where home is. I just don't care where home is yet. Because before I can go home, now that I've finally broken out of gassed hell, there are some things that I need to find. And they're just not showing up. I might be forced home by limited food. Hang on. This is an interesting shape. Except it's blackstone, so that's going to be a bastion. I guess we smash further north and go looking around up there. Maybe I should take some of these. They're like a kind of cheap ladder. But I didn't get nearly enough of them. More cobalt. Cobalt can get me to queen slime, which is more powerful than slime steel. Cobalt is also extremely powerful as a crossbow material. Oops. Accidentally looked at this guy. Sure would be nice if you didn't completely invalidate my shield. And now I have to go find my stuff. which means breaking out of gassed hell again. Well, bye. It doesn't look that far away, but given how difficult the Nether has been to navigate, that's definitely deceptive. At least the pigmen don't remember me. I did my penance. I was dead for a little bit. That's all they care about. Uh-huh. Now I have walls that I need to somehow contend with no tools. Oh boy. Who invited you? This is a dead end, full of lava. Okay, this looks familiar. This is where I was. Unfortunately, that doesn't help. Because I need to find a tunnel that I carved, and I don't remember where it began. Or did I fall? Certainly not from here. Uh-oh. The piglins are no longer friendly because I've lost my gold mail. They're inside 100 meters, though. Surely I can get there before it despawns. Oh, though not if I keep falling into holes. Or if I come up against a solid wall. This is it. These are the vines that I died among. Just leave me alone and let me collect my things. Is that everything? Looks pretty close. I think that's all of it. I don't have any more inventory slots that things could be missing from. Alright. Recovered from death. Have made no actual progress. Uh-oh. Another bucket of lava for me. I don't seem to be getting anywhere useful. Just drilling a lot of pointless holes. What does this Zeganite stuff do? Apparently it can create music discs. Okay. This doesn't do anything because it's broken and made of stuff that's not craftable. Machine fuel, more discs, and a machine part mold. Okay, that has answered nothing about what this substance does. Forge on. What the heck is that noise? I'm just drilling and drilling and drilling. It feels like playing Spectrum again. Are we close to anything? No. There is still no sign of anything of use at all. Just that bastion. And the bastion doesn't help. Meanwhile, I am completely full of netherrack. Getting nowhere useful, and I think that Enderman I just spotted down there was moving unusually fast. So I might have an angry Enderman in addition to this upset pig. There is still nothing anywhere. I thought by going this way I might be able to get some open space and be able to see a distance and just recognize some kind of nether fortress far away. If I could just get some open ground or a lava lake. But no, it's just all rock all the time. At least I can get some more glowstone. Where is that lava coming from? Oh, that's a ways away. Nether brick. We found it. And there's blazes right away. Miss me. It just burned my rod. The important thing is that I've found a blazes location. Now I've got to figure out how I'm getting home from here. Preferably as efficiently as possible. It's probably going to involve going through one of these walls and building a bridge. Yikes. I don't have any blocks. I have no blocks on my hotbar. How is it that I could tunnel for hundreds of blocks and not see a single lava pocket, and suddenly I've got two immediately? Well, my big challenge here is, will my hammer have enough durability to get where I need to go? And that's not the only problem. Do I also have enough blocks to get to where I need to go? Because I'm going to have to build a very stupidly long bridge straight this way to get myself home in a direct and convenient manner. And the nether ceiling is making this as inconvenient as possible. I can't even tell if going up would help. Now we're in the nether ceiling. Yikes. More lava for me. And we're run out of ceiling immediately. Going upward didn't help in the slightest. Now, of course, I'm going to have to deal with the mini nightmare of having piglins spawning on my bridge. There's a lot more shroom lights in here than I remember there being in the past. Okay, bye. I did lose something when I died to that Enderman. My mattock is missing. That is fine. It's fairly inexpensive to replace. I don't know where the mattock could have gone. There was nowhere around that death point for it to disappear. But I've just lost my... Okay, bye. I just lost my axey, shovelly, hoey thing. Because it's not here. Obstructing mushroom is gone. We carry on. And back to drilling. Only 500 meters to go. With a lava pocket every dozen blocks or so. I think my hammer will survive. Oh hey. Valuable cobalt. I'm hearing more Enderman chatter than I have ever heard in the end. They're very talkative here. We've advanced about 30 meters. Okay. I don't know if this is hope or not. We have broken into open territory. Ack! That could have been a death glyph, and I wouldn't have known. I would have just gone straight down into it. More ghasts. I must be closer to home. was going to sign again. I've learned my lesson. Okay. We've gotten away from the goal of making the way home convenient. Which means I need to return to the bridge and make sure it's more of a straight shot. Because just trying to wander back through this biome, there's no way I'm going to know. What? Okay. I guess Enderman took a block of Nylium and broke the entire column of... Oh, I'm here. I would like to not have a bottomless pit in my little bridge here. At the rate this is going, my hammer might not actually survive. How am I farther away? Okay, something resembling progress is being made. $350. We're getting there. very, very slowly and painfully. And now apparently I have to go straight through a wall of lava. Seems about right. It all comes from one point up there. I could probably go up there and bucket it. Mine. I'm gonna end the bridge project here for now and just try to get home. Is there any sign of the path I have previously traversed a little bit? This cobblestone from when I was trying to get my gear back. We've got something. Signs that I have been here. This is where I fought all those pigs for their battle signs. Didn't get any. Which means I can finally have this cobalt. And we are nearly home. Just have to sprint past all the ghasts and wither skeletons with their bows. Ow. Made it. With blaze rods and a marked nether fortress. And 98 buckets of lava. Is that enough to jumpstart this system with the heat reservoir? Maybe. If not, I'm going to end up looking pretty foolish. It's rising. It's got to get over 1,000 for this to work. Does netherrack melt into lava? No, not under this mod. Uh-oh. I'm out of lava. And we are not quite there yet. Keep going. It's not going to make it. Kill the crucible. Does that help? No. We're crashing. On the plus side, I guess, I just burned a ton of obsidian, or created a ton of obsidian for... Bah. Did it help? No. How about that firebox? Can you get me to the heat level I require? Just keep pushing that temperature up until something happens. So I don't think fireboxes have a temperature cap. In the meantime, I need to upgrade this, because it can't fit all the netherrack I just brought back. Storage upgrade of obsidian is double. Diamond is 16x. Gold being 8x is a good place to go. You, fit more netherrack. Because I'm not done. Temperature slowly climbing, degree by degree. And I just drained a ton of it. Purely by mistake. Did not mean to click that lever. It was in my way. What am I doing? Not pearls, chests. This would go a lot better if I dumped all of my compost junk. Golden sword. Definitely gonna melt it down. Zeganite. I don't know what to do with that. Now I have all these mushrooms and pork chops. New types of stuff that needs to be stored. Firebox. Still slowly and stubbornly approaching the 1000 I need to start melting this obsidian. Ancient debris. Blasts into scrap. Blast smelts into scrap. Apparently foundries into debris, diamond, and gold. Melts into molten debris. Molten debris then makes manulin with cobalt. Netherite with gold. And that is what it do. Also ancient hide. So I can theoretically make a little bit of netherite. But manulin is also on the table, which I should look into. Yeah. With only 2 ancient debris, though, that's not a very big amount. Okay, heat has crossed threshold. Obsidian is beginning to melt. We are heat looping poorly as the firebox stubbornly attempts to continue to push things ever higher. If I had more lava now, it might work. Come on, firebox. Do I need a second firebox? Because this is not working. We're barely breaking even. A second firebox wouldn't be that expensive. Except for the iron. Does it involve iron? No. Come on, heat system. Push. We're getting closer to 1500. The melting is faster. The last cooling chamber is beginning to fill. And once this one overfills, we can start filling this one. Because apparently that's how pipes work. Hate it. What if I take my wrench and I remove that, so now it goes this way, and this theoretically balances? Will it fill both of these equally? No, now it just fills this one first. There is no winning with this. But the fireboxes are working. We push the heat loop back up to function. And we have the heat reservoir to balance it out. I just need both coolers to be running. Why is that part so challenging? Why can't the pipe fill both of these equally? Well, we're approaching the temperature threshold where the fluid coolers stop working entirely. The industrial crucibles are as fast as they're going to get. I need to kill these fireboxes before we crash our heat in the other direction. So we've rescued the heat loop with a reservoir on it, so it increases and reduces heat more slowly. It just took a bit of manual injection. And now, in theory, I can cook things with it. Upgrade base, 2 more iron, and that appeared to be a chest of any kind. I gotta go look for more iron. And we will also stone. That's 2 more iron for the stone cutter upgrade. 6 more iron. Which I don't have. But now I can have a crafting grid built into my backpack. Which is good. Now all the nether gold nuggets I can craft without having to drop a table. And theoretically, I can now make a glowing staff. With poor durability. Hooray. Twisting vine can make vine bowstrings and things. I mean, I wanted this for a long time, but now I no longer do. Now it's just taking up space. So how about that queen slime? Netherite tier has the Overlord property. This means that yes, it has an overslime bar, but it also consumes a percentage of the base tool's durability to turn it into overslime. Yeah. Reduces 15% durability, and 66% of that reduction becomes overslime. It also does 2 damage, which is not as good as slime steel for weapons. Mining speed 6. So it's an improvement for tools, but not as good for weapons. And the handle isn't great. Durability up, but penalizes everything else. All the same, cobalt, gold, and magma. That could get me a more powerful pickaxe head. Didn't I have magma? Hang on. Magma is what? Magma cubes. Magma blocks. That's why I have magma. Unfortunately, I gotta get the copper out first, or the gold will turn it into rose gold. Okay, nothing else in here will alloy unexpectedly. In you go. Okay, I gotta take that. Because when the industrial crucible is filling up with lava, that means the entire heat loop is full. It needs to have enough room to fill with more lava. Other than that, though, we're good. Our millstone is spinning at full speed. Now I gotta think about putting a regulation circuit on this thing. Okay, magma, cobalt, gold. Where's my queen slime? Oh no, I know where my queen slime is. Queen slime requires a higher temperature to form. I need blazing blood, which is a result of melting blazes. So I can't have any queen slime yet. I believe Manulin has the same problem. So there is no queen slime until I make a ton more seared so I can build a smeltery around that blaze spawner. Which, let me tell you, is a nightmare. It's doable, though. It can be done. An ancient debris requires blazing blood to melt, so I can't smeltery this either yet. Cobalt melts into cobalt, but all of its alloys require blazing blood. So I'm going to have to finish my bridge and make a lot more seared stone. I could also stand to make some more slime steel, but that's made of iron. Just because my hammer needs fixing. That hammer got really messed up during all of our nether drilling. All this bronze needs to go. I don't know what to do about those emerald shards. I guess I could pour them out as nuggets. The potion of swiftness from the llama is just bizarre. Bottle what we can, destroy the rest. Storage. I have so little gold in here that it won't even tell me it's a full nugget. Alright, I guess for my last trick, I'm going to work on regulating the heat loop so it doesn't break anymore. The level of a reader circuit. Which is reading this as a comparator, reading its inventory value. I need to do something similar to this tank. And I think it has to go in this direction or else I won't have room. Turn this into a splice plate. Ah, it's empty. So the goal here is literally redstone logic. This is a 16 bucket tank, so when it gets down to 4 buckets, there's a problem. So that'll be 4,000. This needs a splice plate to go up here. I don't think this works. I don't think I can get... I know I can get a redstone signal out of an essentials plate, but I don't think I can just put one back into it. But the goal here is to basically have a double if. If the back is less than the side, it outputs 1. I want the back to be a constant. Set to 6,000. So this is true as long as the tank is above 6 buckets. If it goes below 6 buckets, this shuts off. And now on this side, if I stick just one item in here, what happens to my power? We get an 0.2. Which is not enough to send power through here. Now which one if back is greater than side? If back is less than side. So you'll be this. And I guess the back input is by default 0. Works for me. So we get a signal strength of 1 if there is anything in the smelter. This is good. Unfortunately, that signal strength of 1 doesn't go anywhere. Unless I put a repeater right there. So that's a repeater. Then we get a signal strength of 15 right here, which happens if there is anything in the smelter. So now I need another back input is going to be 1 if it's good, and then 15 on this side. And I need both of those to be true. But 1 and 0 are both less than 15. I guess we make this a greater than instead. Put that back in there. Oh wait, I have to let the heat die. So as long as left, what does that say again? Greater than. If back is greater than side. I should just less than it again. This being 15 is annoying. What I want is another trigger. So if this is greater than anything, I just need this to be greater than 0. And then I need both of these to be 1 for it to work. I think the way we do that is greater than, but in this direction. And that gives us a 1. And then here, we have greater than 0 creating a 1. Which I need to get up a level and then turn back into 1. So I can have 2 1s going. Oh, there's another way. Alright, let me less than this again. So it outputs 1 as long as the tank has more than 6 buckets. 16,000 millibuckets greater than 6,000. think I'm going to need another reader. That's the annoying thing about these. They're difficult to use in tight spaces. Splice plate like that. Redstone. That is a 15. Can we get a sum in here? That becomes 15. But that's not quite right. It's the wrong orientation. I'm going to have to greater than again. Connect them together, that makes 16. Then I do a constant here. So it's 16 if you get the 1 from here and the 15 from here. 1 if it doesn't. So then I need back is greater than side. No. If back is less than side. Yes. So if back is less than side, it outputs 1. And back is 15. So it doesn't work in this case. It doesn't work if this goes below. And now I just need a splice plate here. And it's regulated. It's automatic now. We have successfully put 2 conditions on the smelter, and I don't need this lever anymore. What happens now is if there is anything at all, in the smelter, then it sends the first signal that there's stuff in the smelter. Which, as long as and only if there is more than 6 buckets of lava in the tank, both conditions being true, it will activate this cable connector and run the smelter. If there's nothing in the smelter, this condition is false, so it doesn't run the circuit. If our lava level goes below 6 buckets, then the heat loop is in danger of crashing, and it kills this. We only get a 15, which is not enough. That would be cutting this and putting something in here, because now it's only worth a 15, but it doesn't get that extra 1 from the fluid tank being full enough. So that's it. Our smelter is now a fully automatic, fuel-less smelter, running off of the heat loop. That is what it takes to make Crossroads function. Now, this is just one machine. This is one furnace that can run infinitely, and this is everything I had to do to get there. Welcome to Crossroads. This kind of Rube Goldberg nonsense is what it's all about. Now I need more storage. Storage drawers, really not cutting it. I'm going to need more chests, mostly for Crossroads stuff. And I may even need another location. I'm also going to need more seared stone and things. We'll just make these bricks. That's going to be not 8, it's half. 16 clay. Gonna need so much more than this though. I just need to get this junk out of my inventory and into this chest. So I need a Crossroads chest so I can get this stuff out of this chest. It's all very ridiculous. And where would I even put a Crossroads specific chest? I don't have the space for anything. I don't know why this mountain peak is so cramped. I'm just going to make some more space. Just straight up construct additional room. I don't need this ladder. It didn't do anything. The intended purpose of this ladder was so I could come down here, grab a trader with a piggy backpack, and then throw him in the smelter. It did not work. Excuse me. Leave. I have no arrows. Get away from that machine. Okay, now that the ladder's gone, I can block this up. I guess that's fine. And this is now the Crossroads chest. Just transferring all the technological mess in here. Is it organized? No. Leather and slime are mob drops. Salt is definitely a crossroads thing, but I don't have anywhere else to put it right now. My new safely regulated heat loop powered reservoir smoothed. There's a lot going on here. But basically the smelter is good now. It will never break or crash on its own anymore. I'm going to have to manufacture a lot more seared bricks. And I'll need another smeltery controller. Let's see, 8 blocks of molten clay. Makes how many? It's 2 bricks worth. So 8 blocks is 16 bricks, 2 per. No, a block is 4. I can't do the math. One block of clay is 2 seared bricks. That's the important thing. Probably more intelligently done over here. But intelligence is not exactly my strong suit today. Hey, it made an entire nugget. What glorious fortune. Oh, I can't do it that way. I would need 3 hoppers to automatically create seared bricks. Because I'd have to have a hopper putting things into the melter, a hopper putting bricks into the basin, and then a hopper taking the finished bricks out of the basin. It's quite expensive. I'm also going to need to make a controller. That's a weird color of copper. How do you get that extremely bright molten? Oh, from the blast furnace. Crossroads has its own color of molten copper. So this will be our statement of intent for some of tomorrow. We're going to go and harass the crap out of those blazes and try and build a death smelter for them to just kind of burn up in. I don't know if it'll work. And it'll definitely involve a lot of going back and forth, because I most certainly do not have everything I need to accomplish that with. Doing this again. Just playing musical bed at this point with the thing. And let me see if I can get away with automating. Not that. Give me the birch. There's a reason I have so much birch. 1, 2, 3-ish. And another one. Okay, so it doesn't instantly extract. Good. That means this is viable. We'll just take all this stone brick, and then some of this terracotta. Put that in there. This will melt into blocks worth of clay. And then I just need to get a redstone signal here without messing up. No, without messing up either hopper. I think we do that like so. It's not taking the seared brick out. But if I take the seared brick out, it works fine. It is the redstone signal preventing the seared brick from being removed, so that signal is blocking that hopper somehow. What if I put the lever on that back wall? Does that change anything? It do. We now have automatic smelter block creation. It burns lava though. But that is fine. Still need more iron. I think iron is the big thing on the docket tomorrow. Because with iron, I can make infinite cobblestone by pulling off of some of this spin power. And with infinite cobblestone, I have no problem continuing my bridge in the nether. So that's our goal. Get some iron for infinite cobblestone so I can get to the blaze farm. So I can get to the blaze spawner and turn it into a blaze farm. That's our mission. With that in mind, that'll do it for the day, and I will see you next time.